Hello. Hello, happy Wednesday, happy May 10th. I am streaming today. I thought maybe I should start these with a little thing for anyone who might see this in a replay or who has never seen these before. Generally, what I'm doing is I usually start each one with a few minutes of just talking about the project's progress and showing what's new, and then explaining what I'm going to be doing in the stream. And then the rest of the time I'll just be working. So if you're only interested in the working, then you can just skip ahead if you're watching a replay. And if you're only interested in the progress of the project, then I guess just watch the first couple minutes. So in the previous stream, I got this shot finished animated, and since I've been away, I did the lighting and comp and finally finished this. Once again, it was a few days of problems and render stuff, which seems to be typical. But yeah, I got it done. And this shot, the plan is for this to be in the trailer, so it's good to have that one done. And today, I'm going to be animating the last shot that is in the trailer that is not yet animated, which is this one. This one where Amp grabs this funny goat prop and uses it to extend this thing. I thought it would just be a fun, quirky shot to have in the trailer. So that's what I'll be animating today, and once that shot is done, all of the shots from episode 1 that are going to be in the trailer will be done. And then I'll shift gears into working on the shots that are just for the trailer. And last order of business is, since this shot is complete, I can nudge the little progress bar forward one little dot, which is right there. Yay! 21 shots. So, without further ado, and this is going to be like a really simple shot. So, we'll see how it goes, but perhaps I will get through animating and lighting of this shot all on stream. That would be cool. I did it once before. I did it with this. Oops. I did it with this shot here, so maybe I can do it again. We'll see. So got the shot open here. And got my goat prop that I made here ready to go. And we'll just get right to it. I've already kind of set up the layout and picked out the camera angle I want. So I'll start by just putting in the first pose. I feel like I should use some more round numbers for these armature offsets just in case. Just gotta make sure Amp's hands will fit in those holes there. I don't want the goat to be too big, but also it needs to be big enough for Amp to hold, and also Zinda is huge, and it's gonna be, we're already gonna be cheating quite a bit to have it chewing the ropes on Zinda's wings, because Zinda's wings are enormous. So that'll be interesting. But I think it'll work. Okay. So I'm gonna leave that like that. I'm just making these slightly rounder numbers because these values on these rigs like affect everything. So it might not matter, but also it might. And if the numbers are like 0.602633, it could cause all kinds of problems. 0.6 might be easier to deal with. The one exception is this Z value, because this is their feet on the ground, and that has to be that number, so. I was wondering about maybe like would hands behind the back be too weird? Yeah, I don't think so. I've been using this arm pose for Andy a lot. This arm and hand pose. It's kind of just like a timid pose because Andy has kind of a timid personality. I should add this to the pose library. Realized I wasn't on auto key. That could have been a disaster. Hit one undo and you lose everything. Doing key hands in chest space. You kind of have to manually set it up on these rigs by changing the parent constraint. Yeah, I don't think there's like a quick, easy switch. You have to set up multiple constraints. Actually, yeah, that would probably be smart for me to do that instead of overriding the original. Okay. So yeah, now, so by default, we have hands that are locked to whatever this controller is doing. But that doesn't help with very natural motion when the hands are free. It's helpful for if the hand is resting on a wall or a table or something, but if the hands are just free, it's going to create a lot of extra work. So if you want to keep using IK hands and arms, but have it be a little less work in these situations, you can add a, put them in chest space basically so that they follow this controller. And then that way you'll get all that natural motion of them kind of moving with the body, but then they can still kind of behave like IK, and you can switch them back and forth. For like if a character leans on a table halfway through the shot or on a wall. And one thing, last time I did this, I decided there was an even better way. I can't remember, it might have been parenting to this one instead. But they look like they're kind of locked together anyway, so. Yeah, so screw it. So yeah, this little handy tool here just handles this for you. Like if I move one into one location or the other, this thing seems to do a pretty good job of snapping things in place and switching which parent is active, whether that's the trajectory or the spine. So now, anyways, hands follow the body a little more, but I still have IK. So in some cases, this can kind of be the best of both worlds. Andy's pretty much just going to be in a living hold here, so that's why I'm kind of... Normally I wouldn't just be going straight ahead into posing fingers already. It's kind of getting ahead of yourself in a normal situation, but Andy's basically just going to be frozen and just like looking from one place to another, so I already kind of know what pose I want. Oh, hey, Polly the King, you're here. I thought maybe you were out of here. Good to see you. Rick, good to see you too. Nice to see you again. Have you ever encountered problems with bone roll on your thighs, the roll making the bones bend at odd angles? Not really. I don't think so. I didn't build these rigs from scratch. I used AutoRig Pro, so I think bone roll stuff like that was probably handled a lot by that. Yeah, because I don't know how to build rigs from scratch. They would not work at all if I did that. I do encounter upper arm bones like kind of rolling and flipping out and twisting, and these rigs come with a special corrector control for that. It's like an arm twist corrector. Okay, I had gone on another tab while waiting for the stream to start and then started to watch something else and forgot. Well, yeah, good to see you. And I think it was you asking me the questions about the rigs the other day, right? Or no, you were talking to me about the music. That's right. Yeah, the music. I do have some music already. I have some people in my family helping me. I have a lot of musicians in my family, actually, so they're helping me with some of that. But I may be in the future looking for more, so it's nice to have another connection there. And I have not had a chance yet to listen to your stuff on YouTube, but I did go to your channel and see that you have some stuff up there, so I will definitely check it out. I'm excited to hear what you got. And thank you for thanks for bringing it up. I appreciate it. Do you like doing music for animation more, or is it like just writing songs and putting them out there? more into instrumental orchestral stuff. I want to one day make music for movies like John Williams. Ooh. And I recommend my newest album on streaming services for a demo. Okay. Well, you have good taste. Of course, John Williams is wonderful. I wholeheartedly support that. Okay. And I'll come back to Andy for facial expression and facial animation stuff. So now I'll pose amp, holding this crazy contraption here. Oh, sorry, Rick. I just saw your message. Seeing you work on the fingers reminded me of it. I had one character where the fingers always bent but slightly sideways. I couldn't figure out until yesterday. Oh, okay. So that's like a bone roll thing. Like if things are bending sideways. I guess that makes sense, huh? I wasn't even sure if it mattered. I guess it just matters if you want clean rotation channels or something, right? Or apparently it matters for bending fingers, huh? I see, yeah. Bones had a roll of like 6 degrees. On streaming services, look for Paul M. Hummy? Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Oh, the message changed while I was reading and I like went from reading one to reading the one below it. It like flipped right when my eyes were going from the end of one line to the other. On streaming services, look for Paul M. Grenon. And I also like the music of Alan Silvestri, Bruce Broughton. I've heard of Alan Silvestri before. And Mike O'Donnell, Junior Campbell. And yeah, Hummy Man. Did first 2 seasons, 1 through 7 of Thomas, and 3rd to Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Cool, I'll check those out. Let's give Andy a little smile just cause it's not really what we're doing right now, but it'll just be nice. I was just watching this animation video the other day on YouTube about by this guy Wade Neistat. I'm not sure if I'm saying his name right either. He has a lot of great animation videos. I just discovered his channel. But he was talking about how he always gives the character a little bit of a life in the default pose while he's working, just so they don't feel like a dead-eyed robot. In the past, I've kind of avoid that because I don't want whatever I do right now influencing performance decisions later. But I think if it's just a little bit of a slight grin, then that's fine. Thanks. Thanks, Polly. No, it's not at all. Not too much information. I'm glad you like the characters. Okay, so I think for Amp's arms, I'm going to do the same thing I did for Endy, where they're kind of like IK and chest space. So yeah, first step is go in and add a second child of constraint. What kind of stories will you show? I can read, I swear. What kind of stories will your show tell? Will they be simple, down-to-earth stories, or more fun and adventurous, or both? I think both, because the first episode is going to be, I think, very adventurous. I really wanted it to have some exciting action and be entertaining. However, it's very overambitious, and what I thought was going to maybe be 2 months of work, I think is so far like 6. And it just isn't sustainable for me to do every episode this way. So I think just out of necessity, there's going to be episodes that are way, 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 way simpler. Like just a couple of characters talking. I'm going to try to keep it as fun as I can, because I know like it's going to be way more fun to watch more adventurous action stuff. It's just a matter of like what I can do on my own. And then, you know, like the dream being someday I have more artists helping, and, you know, we can do bigger, more action-y stories. Because I'm a big fan of, you know, like, to me, like what Brad Bird did in the first Incredibles movie was just masterful. It was like he struck the best tone of like mixing action with heartfelt stuff, and it never was boring. It was like exciting from the very first like second of the movie, but he still had those like quiet spaces in there, and there was a lot of heart. So yeah, I would like to do the same thing. You know, easy, just do what Brad Bird did. Gotta love adventure. I do like scoring action scenes, and I know I mentioned I do orchestral, but I can also do some jazz. Oh, cool. I'd love to hear that. Is there jazz stuff on your new record you were talking about? Okay, cool. I think that's what I want. Okay, and I'm going to constrain this goat thing to one of these hands, I guess the right hand. Okay. My new album does have some jazz. It is the music I wrote for a friend of mine's first 2 episodes of his Thomas and Friends fan series, Down the Tracks. Right on. Is it on YouTube Music? That's the streaming service I use. It used to be Google Play, and they changed it. Okay, cool. And look at my timestamp here so I can know when to come back to on this later and see this info. I think we're about minutes ago, so 30 something minutes. Oops. Oh yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. That would be easier for me and probably more likely that I'll remember later, because then I can look at the text. I haven't logged into that Instagram much in the last like few months, but if I know that you're sending me stuff on there, I'll remember to go in and check it. It just might be a few days. I actually wasn't even going to be streaming or working starting today because I had a family visit, but COVID happened. Not to me, but COVID happened in the family, so the visit was canceled, so I am working. But everyone's okay. So far, so good. So, no worries. Okay, so now I can set up this constraint. C right hand. Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Also sent a demo of some action music matched to the footage for a project I'm working on. Oh, cool. Yeah, I am going to need some action music for sure. And Kai's here. Hello, Kai. Can't see at the moment, but I wanted to pop by and say hi. Well, hello to you. Happy Wednesday. I hope that I can't see at the moment is just a technical issue and not an issue with your eyes. But I'm guessing because you typed that, it's probably just a technical issue. Going to the gym. Enjoy. Oops. Oh, outside using the Wi-Fi. Good for you getting those workouts in. That's always been hard for me to motivate. Related, but tomorrow is my birthday. Happy birthday! I wish I had some like fun overlays or like GIFs or something to set off right now. I wanted to do like a fireworks or something that I can have on the standby, so I can just launch fireworks off on the stream at random times. No need. There's always a need for fireworks. Always. Guy says, yeah, you saw it. Good. Okay. Yeah, I think this is gonna work. It's kind of lucky because I didn't actually test to see if like this would work when I made the handle thing. I just kind of hoped for the best. And it looks like we're getting the best outcome after all. My family makes music, yes. A lot. I have a very musical family, and there's several genres. My parents both were kind of like in the hippie generation, so back in the 70s, they made music that was kind of like that. And then they both kind of moved into rock music in the 80s and 90s, and they were both in like several rock bands. Nothing like super huge and famous. But I mean, they did have some really cool, like famous gigs, but I mean, they're not like celebrities you would have heard of or anything. But anyway, yeah, they did like rock music for that time, and then now my mom does like kind of country Americana with her husband, who also does that. And then I have a few other musicians in the family, like I have some music that's more kind of synthy and kind of like I guess I don't know how to describe it, even just kind of like synthy background music-y stuff. Ambient, not quite fully ambient, but pretty chill. Yeah. And he also plays in a rock band, plays some jazz music. It's kind of a mix of everything. Hope you catch the next stream. Yes, have a great workout, Kai. I'll try to get on a regular schedule one of these days, but if I don't see you, have a great rest of your week and weekend. More into film scores. Yeah, singing's a whole different animal. I feel like it's just the same as like visual art. There's so many different disciplines. And you can spend your whole life just mastering even one of them if you want to. I've got a goat and I'm not afraid to shoot. Oh yeah, and I set this up in a really wacky way. Let's see. It's a funny contraption. Yeah, it's really out there. kind of I kind of arrived at it in a very weird way. But Amp's whole thing is like making machines and inventing stuff and building things and fixing things. So I thought it would be appropriate for Amp to have like a really wacky contraption. Okay, I set this up in a really dumb way. So I unfortunately have 3 different armatures that control the face. It's a long story I won't get into, but the main eye target controller is on one of them, but then the actual control that sets whether or not it follows the head is on a different one. So I have to animate both just to get the eyes to do one thing. So that's something I'll fix in the future. Notice I refer to the characters as they. Yes, there is a reason for that. There is. I actually kind of got into it on the last stream, but I feel like I have to be careful about what I say because it's such a sensitive topic, and I certainly don't want to offend or disrespect anybody. But for me, the reason was really just because these characters are kind of meant to be archetypes or metaphors for certain dimensions of our personality and traits that I think personally that we all share. And so I thought it was really important to not gender them because the last thing I want to do is imply that like men are more one thing, you know, like only women are sensitive or only men are materialistic or, you know, whatever. I don't want to do that kind of stuff, even in a subtle subconscious way, especially since this stuff is kind of directed for kids. Not only, but I certainly want these to be kid oriented, I guess. So yeah, I don't want to create subconscious expectations like that with this work. Because that stuff can really be, it can be so subtle, but it can really be yeah, I don't know. And you know, it'll probably happen anyway, you know, because like Amp is, I'm doing the voice for Amp, so Amp is going to have a male voice. Most people will probably call Amp he, and that's fine with me. Like, you can call the characters whatever gender you like. To me, they're just like genderless. But yeah. And then Andy is a female voice, so Andy is maybe going to seem female to some people by default. So yeah, people will definitely have their things they default to, but I actually think that's kind of interesting anyway. It'll be interesting to see like what kind of gender stuff people assign to them. I have a feeling like I'll need to address it in an episode at some point. Hold on a sec, let me think about this. Trying to think about like which way the how long will each episode be? Target is maximum 5 minutes, shooting for 3 minutes, roughly, or less. But I don't think I could possibly do an episode in less than 3 minutes, covering this stuff I want to cover. But if I can, then I totally would. Yeah, shorter than you expected. Yeah, I mean, it would be really cool to do longer ones, and I would be open to doing that someday for sure. It's just not something that's practical for me to do on my own. Yeah, I mean, doing each one would be 10 minutes would be amazing. But my cousin's a teacher and an elementary school teacher, and she said actually 5 minutes is perfect for kids that age. Like any longer and they'll probably lose interest. Hello, hello. Sorry, I don't know. That's probably way bad on your name, but welcome. Let's see, I gotta find this. Okay, so there's that. I think I'm gonna constrain this to an empty just so that I can have more control. I'd like to kind of have it, I don't want to have it so locked to everything else. Have it kind of loose and swinging around a little bit. Shorter lengths can work well. Classic series Thomas episodes are only 4 minutes, not including intro and credits. Oh yeah, so there you go. Yeah, cool. I have to admit I never really watched any Thomas stuff because you know, I was too old for it to be when I was a kid. And anything that came out for kids when I was in my teen years, obviously I was like not interested in, because I don't know, at that age I was like into death metal and you know, whatever. Let's call this goat. I think there's a is it here? Global transform. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this works. I want to get these rotations in here too. Copy. Paste. Hey, look at that. Okay. Perfect. So now I can add a constraint, a copy transforms constraint, and it shouldn't move anything to start with. Oh, I guess I do want to keep that scale at half though. Okay. But yeah, now I can control the goat independently of the other thing. So yeah, amp can move around and the goat is doing its own thing. The first 5 seasons are very good. Season 5 has lots of action, like a collapsing mine, a giant flood, a Gordon crashing through a station wall. Few episodes have engines get saved from scrap. That's cool. Season 5 has lots of action. That's good to know. You're filling up my head with all kinds of great stuff for me to check out. I'm just like, write whatever you want in that Instagram message, because I need to check it all out. It might be a long time before I get to it, but I am definitely interested. And Angel Vasquez, Angel, hello and welcome. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Okay, so I think I can do a little animation now. So this is a really simple animation for this shot. All it is amps just kind of lift the thing up, and the goat's gonna like spring out and kind of go past camera on the left side of frame. And I think for Andy will just kind of be looking at that happening. Polly, bye-bye. Thanks for all the great recommendations. I'll chat with you later. Have a great day. So yeah, I think it's mostly going to be just kind of really just one held pose, and then just like a little bit of a lift up for amp. You too, thank you very much. And I think what I'm going to do is have amp start with the thing a little lower and off to the side so that we can get a look at this kind of springy thing over here. So I think this is actually going to be my about to fire pose. So I'll put this just here for now. Might retime it later. So probably half a second. So 85. And we'll start with amp looking down at it. I forgot. I think I might need another constraint here. So instead of this hand being a child of the chest, I want to lock this hand to the other since they're both holding this thing together. So let's see if that works. Oops, wrong one. Oh no. How can I get great FPS in Blender animation? Use very low poly rigs, I would say. Is the only thing I've figured out. And certain modifiers really slow things down as well. So it helps to, like, if you don't need them for the rig to function, have a switch that turns them all off while you're animating. Polly's back! Good to see you again. Like, these characters are not super low poly, but they are pretty low poly, and then they're subdivided at render time. And the topology is pretty bad, so, you know, because I'm not a modeler. But, you know, this level of polygons seems to work okay. Works really smooth for one character, and even with 3 rigs in the scene, it's still like I'm getting 13 frames per second. It's not too bad. Oh, it just occurred to me, you might not even be able to see that with the YouTube compression. Here, let me turn that up. So this is the wireframe. So yeah, not very efficient. It's like, this could definitely be a much lower poly model. But yeah, it's kind of too late for me to change it now because all the UV and the weight painting has all been done. So I'm kind of stuck with what I started with, which was too many polygons. But it works. But yeah, I probably could have made this rig with like 1/3 as many polygons if I was a proper modeler. Okay, so now let's see. How does this keep happening? I keep getting keyframes on 1599. Anyway, yeah, so now yeah. So left hand follows the right hand. They both stay locked to this thing. And if I move the chest, the hands come along with it. And this right hand will kind of control everything. You could probably add a remesh modifier just to get the real-time animation on the viewport. I wish that were the case. In my experience, I don't think it works for me. I might be doing it wrong, but the remesh modifier I think actually slows things down because you still got your original high poly mesh, and then it's got to calculate a low poly mesh on top of that. Unless, is there a way to like bake the result or something? Gotta go again. Hold on, I gotta take my sweatshirt off. It's getting warm in here. Okay. All right, so now I got my constraints more the way they ought to be, and I can continue with this. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. That's why I wasn't selecting all the controllers. There. And then I don't know what's going on here. What's that? Let's delete it. Or you can just make a low poly version of the characters and use geonodes to switch between the low and high poly for rendering. Yeah, I like that idea. Are you just using Playblast to view how the animation is looking? Yeah, when it gets really slow, yeah, that's what I do. I'm not doing super polished animation because I made this crazy ambitious plan to do a 45 shot episode. So it's pretty rough animation by like it definitely isn't like feature studio animation standards. So to be honest, like if I'm getting 20 to 30 frames per second in the viewport, I just watch it in the viewport and then I move on. Normally though, like yeah, if I were working in a studio, I absolutely would always play Blast before I finalized everything. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it for AMP, and then the only other, and then I think I'll just use splines to kind of create everything, do kind of like a layered approach for this shot. And this is a good time to save up a version, since I'm now going to make a mess. So yeah, when I do these kind of simple layered moves, I always start from the center of gravity, the core, work your way out. So up the spine and then out the limbs, and last is like hands and fingers and toes and head. So there's going to be a little dip and lift for lifting the goat up and getting it like in place, and then there'll be a secondary kind of reaction because when the goat like fires out, Amp's body will kind of react. There'll be like a little kickback. Any tips on writing a series like this? I have some ideas written down for some animated content. I'm not a writer, so that part is a bit hard for me. Oh man, all I can do is say I totally feel the same way. Sorry, that's not very helpful advice, but I also am not a writer, and actually the script of this first episode is the thing I'm least happy with, so I definitely can't give advice. I do hope to like work with like a real good writer in the future. I will offer one piece of advice. I'm not saying that like I follow it perfectly and that I'm actually good at this, but some advice I heard from a writer that I really liked was always say the lines out loud. Maybe that's obvious to writers with experience, but to me it wasn't obvious. But yeah, it's pretty easy to eliminate lines that sound horrible pretty quickly when you say them out loud. Birthday? Hey, let us dance. Not my birthday. It was it's Polly's birthday. Paul yes, right? Polly's on YouTube. On the YouTube stream. How you doing, Let Us Dance? Yeah, half the conversation on Twitch. I had a bot doing the relay thing for a while, but I felt like it was just causing too much mess and confusion. So I turned it off. But I could always turn it back on if people prefer to have it there. But I do have all the messages from both get relayed onto the stream itself. On the little chat pop-up. Got something to finish for tomorrow, so you'll be lurking. Alrighty, well good luck to you. Always nice to see you. Even the lurking mode. Maybe we can do like a fun little tilt. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see. Okay, good. Yeah, something like that. It's all a little slow. Closer. Just a little faster. Yeah. Okay. So that's the right speed, and I just have to correct some of these curves now. Okay. I think that's gonna work for that. And a little drop and lift in the shoulders I think will be good as well. Okay, and then so because these hands are children of this controller right here, there's not a lot we have to do. Oops. To get things to follow along, I'm just going to do a little bit of counter animation. So I'm going to start a little higher and a little closer into the body to kind of have amp like lifting up. See if I can do it without breaking the wrists too. That's important. Don't break the wrists. Let's see if I can use these shapers. Okay. I think I just have to change this hand pose. Ah, much better. What a relief. All right. Sweet. Okay. So yeah, now we can do that. We can bring the whole thing a little closer in towards the body, which someone will naturally want to do when they're lifting something. And we can do it without breaking the wrists. So yeah, we'll start there. A little bit of a drop. Actually, never mind. A bit of a drag. And see, this is why I wanted to constrain the end of this thing with the goat on it to another controller, because if I hadn't, this goat would be like flying all over the place as I do this. And it would be a counter animation nightmare. That's interesting. If anybody knows why stuff like this happens, where it looks like X would move at this and but it actually doesn't, sound off, because that shit gets me all the time and I do not understand what is happening. Probably something to do with my constraints, I guess. I think I'm just way too high here. Let's see. Or take back everything I said about these constraints. This is a nightmare. It's a nightmare after all. Oh well. It was a nice theory. But this is ridiculous. I should just be able to do this with one curve, but here we are. Okay. Sorry, just thinking about this. I'm thinking I'm going to delete these keys. I'm going to rework this whole situation and put a new constraint on a new, similar to what I got going with the goat over here. I'm just going to parent everything to another empty here. That's like straight up and down, and it'll be easy to animate. And yeah, that's all we need for this shot. And then I won't have to deal with this 3 curve nightmare. So let's save up another version in case I'm wrong about that, which happens all the time, and it might break something. So save up a version so I can always go back. And yeah, I think I'll just delete all these keys. And we'll use our handy little copy global transform here. Make a new constraint, new empty. Let's make this one a cube. We'll call this hands parent. And then we'll paste our global transform. I don't think that ended up in the right place, did it? Let's see. Oh yeah, it did. Okay, so that worked. Already have some gimbal lock happening, so let's fix that. a second. Okay. So X, we want our X to be our big move. So that goes last in the list. Probably want Y to be in the middle, Z to be first. So ZYX. Let's see if that paste works with two different rotation orders. Nope. But that's fine. I'm not going to do a copy transform. I'll do a child of constraint. So I'm going to go in here, look at our bone constraints. I think we can just use this one. Clear that out. Since everything is already constrained to this hand, that should be all we have to do. And look at that. Beautiful. Okay, so this is going to be so much easier to animate. Because I just have to do one channel for that. And then everything for the up and down can be on Z. It's just, yeah, way easier. We've lost our kind of connection between the chest and the hands, but since this is just such a simple move, I don't really mind. It's gonna be so much easier now. So I just kind of go through and I look at one channel at a time. So I'm just doing the up and down first. I try to ignore that weird rotation and just kind of look at the position of it. Then we'll go in and we'll kind of try to get this rotation working with it. Polly's back again. Isn't that a song? I don't remember who it is. Guess who's back? Back again. There we go. Okay. Took me a minute to get there, but I figured it out. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Okay, I think I want to drop down a little lower here. If I can, have the hands actually kind of trail behind the hips. So the hips start coming up before the hands do. I remember you mentioned that your family makes music. I don't remember, but I think you said someone in your family is making some music for your series. Yes, you remember correctly. Actually, a couple people in the family are helping me. It's actually kind of crazy how many members of my immediate family are musicians. Pretty much all of them are. And I, you know, when I was in high school, I tried to learn drums and it never really went anywhere, but It definitely runs in the family, and I'm one of the only people in my immediate family who's not a musician. Okay, I think we're getting pretty close here, and I just want to kind of bring more weight into the body. Right now it's all happening in the hands. And Amp doesn't have giant biceps, so it doesn't make a lot of sense for so much strength to be happening just in the arms and not the body. So what I want to do is have the whole body kind of tilt back a little more as this lift happens. And then we'll come back and we'll finish polishing up this hand motion. What kind of music are they making for the project? Yeah, one person is helping with some background music and kind of that chill synthy stuff that I mentioned. And another family member who's actually a recording engineer slash producer, in addition to being a musician. Is an amazing guitarist, actually, but also is a recording engineer, and he's helping me with mixing. He helped me kind of mix and spruce up my theme song. I made the theme song because I can think musically. I don't play anything, but I wrote the theme music, the little theme stinger or whatever you want to call it, and kind of sequenced it with MIDI and Cakewalk and kind of roughed it in, and then he took it and made it sound a gajillion times better, and they re-recorded some vocals for me. So it's kind of a family affair in that sense, and I thought that was really nice. Yeah, so what was I doing? Oh yeah, the rotation here. So we'll start with a little bit of a lean forward. And instead of bringing the hips so far forward in space, I'll have them actually kind of come back a little bit to balance that out, because that's maybe a more balanced way to do things. Cool. For my music, I use MuseScore, a sheet music making program. I also do the stereo sound myself. I cannot read music. I'm super impressed by people who can. And then, yeah, I think all in all... Oh, well, yeah, actually the goat's going to be balancing this out, so Amp should be kind of leaning back. Like back here, yeah. Yep. Hands are a little late. Let's see how it work some time. Yeah, hands are definitely too slow. But that's the general, like, and the hips are too fast for that matter. So we need to kind of split the difference on both of them. Okay, that's better for the hips. Oops. Okay, that's more like it. Honestly, I find that for me, sheet music is easier for my composing than MIDI, but that is probably mainly because I am more orchestra oriented. Well, yeah, that makes sense. If you can read sheet music, you can just write it real quick. If I did help with some of soundtrack, I wouldn't be making all the music since you said your family made some, but I could also help release the whole soundtrack on streaming services. Oh, cool. Thanks. That's cool. Well, yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be a while in any case, because definitely several months left of work to finish the first episode. Hopefully not more than 2, realistically. But it'll probably be a few more weeks for me to finish the trailer before I even get back to finishing that episode. And then some point in here I may have to stop and do some freelance work because I still got those bills to pay. Okay, I think that body motion is good. I'll kind of speed the hands up a little bit. There we go. It's starting to feel more like it. Yes. Okay, gotta clean everything up, but that's the idea. We actually have some weight happening now. And I just want to, I think I want to land with the hands a little higher up. Maybe there. Nothing's set in stone, of course. I never worked on anything big or high quality, so this looks like it would be fun. Cool. Yeah. I think it'll be fun. And I think it would be fun to make music for. And yeah, I am really looking forward to checking out your album and the Thomas stuff. And what I am gonna need sooner than anything else is music for the trailer, like background music for the trailer. And I was planning on just using some royalty-free track that I find somewhere that I like, but the premise of the trailer is it's actually kind of like a YouTube vlog style video. So I kind of actually want to use kind of YouTube-y sounding music for it, but also I don't want it to be totally just that, because I want it to feel like it fits with the show too. But I'll figure out something. Okay, so now a quick cleanup on these other curves here. We're good. Yep. Okay, so yeah, definitely worth reworking that constraint system, because this is the move I knew I wanted, and it would have taken me 5 times as long to get there with those other curves, and probably still wouldn't have ended up being able to get this result. So it's good for the core motion and the hands, and I'll do a quick little pass on the head here. I'm assuming that if I do help out with the music, I'd be doing more of the bigger scenes like action or grand reveals or something. Yeah, that's cool, because yeah, that is stuff I don't have right now. Like there is kind of an action scene in the first episode, and I do want it to be like fun and upbeat. I actually found a royalty-free track I really liked, and it's just like drums from like Brazilian Carnival. It's got that right mix of like action scene and but also like upbeat kind of party fun, not scary, not too serious. So I might just end up using that track for that scene. But yeah, in general, I don't have any kind of stuff like that. I could try to replicate the feeling of that track when making the music. The stock music is like a demo track telling the composer what the creator thinks would work best. Yeah, that sounds like my experience, like when I worked on movies and stuff, they would always use like royalty-free stuff, or they would use stuff from other movie soundtracks to like set the tone. And then at some point they get their orchestra to do their score, and then they replace it with their music. It's always really cool to hear that. It still kind of blows my mind how they do that with the all the synced. I guess you would probably have experience with this, like all this stuff where the kind of music syncs up with random action timing in the shots sometimes. To me is like mind-boggling. Whoa. Okay, I do want to have amp look up, but not that much. All right. I use an online calculator designed to help figure out the tempo and amount of measures needed to match the timing of something, so I enjoy matching the timing. Oh. Is that how they do it? Is that like your own just technique you came up with, or is that like typically the way it's done in like animated movies and shows? Okay, I'm gonna save up a version because I think I'm also gonna want to add like kind of a body twist in here, because the idea is that I might start amp turned a little more towards this direction, because I would like to start with the goat more over here a little bit, so that we can see the whole apparatus a little better, because it's such a strange object. I want to give the audience as much of a chance as possible to actually kind of understand what they're looking at. So yeah, I'm going to try that. I wouldn't know what the industry does. I think some of it is done by the conductor, but because I don't have real instruments, I can only use math to do it. I see. Yeah, all I've seen is like the video. I've seen some videos of them recording it, and they've got like the giant screen in the room with all of the musicians and the conductor, and they're like, I don't know if they're not really watching it because they have to be looking at their sheet music. So I don't know. Maybe the conductor's watching it or something. Okay, yeah, so saving up another version. Ah, the conductor watches it. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, this is where proper animation planning would have helped me. I should have started with the body twisted more this way. It was a foolish mistake I made to not already have that. So yeah, plan your animation shots. It's good thing to do. But it's fine though. I'm kind of like I'm just kind of like rushing this stuff a bit more than I would recommend anybody in a professional environment do. Like don't follow my methods for advice on like what you would do at an animation job, because I'm kind of like being much more sloppy. I would say maybe with the exception of like working in TV, maybe, because you have to work really fast in TV, but I haven't worked in TV, so I could be totally wrong about that too. That's just my disclaimer for the day. Thank you. Thank you for listening. I had reading that John Williams had trouble conducting the 15-minute finale of E.T., so it matched. Steven Spielberg to him told him to conduct it without the footage, and he re-edited the film to the music. Wow. Cool. Did you watch any of those clips of the interview that they did together with Stephen Colbert? The John Williams and Spielberg together. It was really good. Oh yeah, you can find it all on YouTube. They broke it up into a bunch of tiny little clips, which was a little weird of them, but it's really, really good. Some of it's just Spielberg, but I feel like that was really good too. And then there's several clips where it's the two of them sitting together, and they just have a ton of respect for each other, and it's clear why they've worked together all these years when you watch it. It was really cool to see. Oh yeah, favorite composer and director together. Yeah, that's why I mentioned. I remember you saying you really like John Williams. So yeah, it's great. And this elbow I'll go in last, and I'll fix this elbow so it's not doing this weird thing here. And because I did that twist, it also makes sense to kind of lean amp the other way, I think. Maybe? Oh, let's see. Planning and reference. This is where this stuff really benefits you. I'm just guessing right now because I didn't do either. But I ain't getting paid for this. Okay, I think that'll work once the elbow's in place. Let's try it. Let's try starting to get some goat motion in there. Goat motion. Oh, the music. Yeah, it was on a white noise track. There's some of those are just randomly mixed into these playlists. So I'm on Epidemic Sound, and I just picked the, what's this one? Relaxing mood music. Oops. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna fix that elbow real quick, and then we'll get the start getting the goat motion in there, and then we'll see if make sure that all works. Yeah, much better. Here we go. In my opinion, white noise isn't relaxing. Yeah, same. My one exception is like actually being next to a creek or a river. I love that. Of course. Who doesn't? But yeah, not a machine doing it. Okay, I think yeah, I'm gonna move on from the body motion. I just forgot to spread these feet out a little bit. I'm gonna do that real quick, so they don't feel so perfectly forward. And if this were like a feature film, in case anyone's curious, like you'd actually go in and do a pass on the feet, as crazy as it sounds. They'll always tell you to actually animate little tiny shifts and leans in the foot, because it really adds a lot. It makes the character feel like they have more weight, because the weight of their body is affecting the foot placement on the ground, and you know, otherwise they just feel frozen in place. So that's the next step if you start getting into polish, but not today, Satan. Okay, so that's the spot we'll have it right before it, like, you know, takes off. And we'll start here, and I gotta turn the ship on so I make sure it's not going through the floor, which it is. So in theory, what I could do is copy some curves here. And if I offset everything a few frames, you might look out and get something that feels connected, but kind of delayed. Not quite. I think I might have to get a little more granular with it. Yeah, so kind of like that. Just kind of go in and work on the other channels a little bit to sync it up just a little more. Let's try to kind of simulate an arc here with the Y, which is the forward backward. At least I think it is. Oh, it's a global forward backward. So gotta go. See ya, Polly. That's so silly. All right. Okay. All right. So, I'm running a little short on time for this shot, but I think there's just enough. I think the goat's gonna have to start firing out pretty much as soon as it's in place, like here. Yeah, because I have less than a second left. Ideally, I'd have a whole second. I mean, I can extend the shot. It's not a big deal to do so. So I might just end up doing that. Boing. Go, go, gadget goat. I think, actually, I think the whole thing has to come up a bit. It feels a little bit, I don't know, is it, I hate to even say this, but is it raunchy? I don't know, that doesn't really help either, does it? What have I done? All right, all right, all right. Let's have it only come to like here. That helps. Okay. There's a few things I'm gonna have to do to, I think, make this feel a little more like I want it to feel. 'Cause right now it feels kind of just a little too weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too self-conscious about it, but I feel like it's weird. And one of those things is to raise the hands up so they don't feel so much like groin level, which is funny because they're not at all, but from this angle they do feel like it. So I need to raise the hands up quite a bit. That's an easy fix. And tilt everything a little more up. And then make this spring out a little more. Boing. Okay, yeah, I think that's working a little better. And the last thing, of course, is that Amp's body reacts to this. I think if it feels really like it kind of kicks Amp back a bit, it'll feel a lot more comical and less like weirdly aggressive. so, so let's do that. Also, I think the facial expression change, like I'll have a bigger, like goofier smile, I think, probably. So we'll start one frame after. It'll be a subtle thing that'll be hard to see, but I think it'll be one of those things that you'll feel it. See how far we can push this. Guess not that far. Okay. So that's kind of blocking in that kind of reaction. And one nice thing about this rig here is that I can actually bend this thing. I think I'll probably need to add a step back. I don't think it really is realistic for Amp's feet to stay planted this whole time, being kicked back that far. So I'll add a step backwards into this um, recoil situation. But yeah, it's been 3 hours and I have not taken a break, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a break. And when I return, it's actually dinner time, but I think I can do a little more. So I'll take a break and then I'll come back and do a little more. I don't know if I'll finish on the stream. I definitely won't get to Endy, but maybe I can finish Amp on the stream. We'll see. I'll be back in a few minutes. all right, I'm back. Okay, so gonna do a little more work on amp here. I can't believe it's already like, it's past my dinner time. I usually try to eat before 7. So, I don't think I'm gonna work much longer. But I'll do a little more. I guess I got a little deeper into the body mechanics of this shot than I was expecting to do. I was kind of expecting to do like really something with less movement and a little sloppier. So I kind of thought, oh yeah, I'll animate it in like an hour. But no, I'm spending a little longer on it than that. So anyway, I am gonna have amp take a step back here. Okay, so I kind of have that motion blocked in. If anything, maybe amp looks a little too unbalanced. Amp is actually balanced, but because of this angle, it feels very too far sideways. So I'm gonna fix that. Yeah, it just helps from the angle we're looking at, make it feel a little less like amp is kind of fall over sideways. All right, yeah. So now we're a little more blocked in, and I'll just do the kind of the same thing I did with that first move, where I kind of start from the core and work my way out. The exception being that now that there's a step involved, there's a parrots outside, by the way. Now that there's a step involved, I also want to get to that fairly early on because that affects the hips. But we'll at least try to get kind of the forward, backward, up and down first. Just to get a feeling of when exactly the step should happen. Yeah, it's pretty quick, so I think the Polly's back. Hey, Polly. Guess who's back? Back again. What is that? What is that line from? Do you know that song? Oh, no idea. Okay. I feel like it's probably like an 80s or 90s pop song or something. Oh, look who's back again. we got returning champions here. Kai and Polly. Hey Kai, how's it going? How was your workout? You getting swole? Good workout. Okay, I think that'll be fine for this step. Yeah, and so we got our up and down, forward, backward. Let's take a look. The X is pretty much just smooth, which is fine. And the big one to pay attention to is the X rotation. So this is a little different because we're actually doing a kickback from the chest. And so we're not going to lead with the hips here because we want to create this impression that normally you would lead with the hips, right? But this is actually like this thing pushing back on Amp, and Amp's got to lean back and, you know, take a step to catch. So actually having the hips tilt back is good, but they probably come forward too. If I'm acting it out in place, hips kind of want to come forward to kind of balance out the chest flying backwards. The horse thingy. Amp just has all kinds of gadgets. Amp's like the gadget kid. Yeah, like Inspector Gadget. There's a few go-go gadget things in this episode. I'm realizing it's totally influenced my subconscious because I used to love that show as a kid. That was like one of my favorite animated shows, and probably dating myself quite a bit by saying that, but it's true. That was like one of my favorites. Watched it all the time. And so yeah, I've got some go-go gadget things in this. The ship has some go-go gadget attachments too. Okay, yeah, so hips coming forward. Let's and then as for the upper body, we're gonna have, I think, actually a rotation this way first. Kind of like pushing into the chest. Ooh. Ooh. And then fly back, yeah. Never watched Go-Go Gadget. I grew up on Thomas Mighty Machines, Pocoyo, Wonder Pets, Gooby, and Blue's Clues. Yeah, we're from different generations. Those are all after my time. I actually haven't heard of half of them. I've heard of Blue's Clues, and I think Mighty Machines sounds familiar. And of course Thomas, yes. That one I have heard of. Yeah, Inspector Gadget was one of my faves. And they did a couple movies of it later. Or I think at least one. Maybe they only did one. Matthew Broderick played Inspector Gadget. I don't know if I ever saw it, actually. Mighty Machines was a show where each episode showed a different machines at work. The usual footage of real things at work and voice actors making them talk. Oh, that's funny. I love that. What a great idea. Okay, and obviously we kind of are collapsing the body here. It's not really proper, but I kind of just want to... I don't care. I remember loving the episode where they showed how newspapers were made. It had a catchy rock theme. And the whole show had a rock theme. That is pretty wild how they make newspapers. Those huge machines. Let's see if I can do something about this here. Yeah, that helps a little bit. Just help preserve the volume a little better. There we go. Blanc. So now, of course, we want the hands also to be participating in this situation, but there's a little more to do with the head first. Also the neck, I think we'll probably need some keys. Make this sitar track. Boing. I think the front foot needs to move a little too. It feels way too stuck. So, but I'll just do a little slide. I'm not going to do a full step. As soon as this back foot's on the ground, which by the way I should fix the hips for. Yeah, okay, so as soon as that contact is made, we can push the other foot back. In general, you just don't want to have both feet moving at the same time unless it's on purpose. We could make it a little bit sooner, just a frame or two. Okay, and then the hands, and oh, before I forget, this thing I think is like stabbing through the head, so I should probably fix that. Yep. I think I need to smooth this out. It's like a child of the neck. Okay, yeah, so just the hands. Clean that up a little bit. And then I'm probably going to call it. Not going to do the eyes and face on stream, because if I'm going to eat anything for dinner, I got to do that. The hands actually are pretty close to doing what I want already. If anything, I might just sharpen up this a little bit. See how much I can get away with like this thing going into Amp's head. We don't want to see that happening. But if we don't see it happening, I'm okay with it happening a little bit. Yeah, we definitely see that happening. Gonna have to fix that elbow. Yeah, okay. Just gotta fix this wacky elbow. Oh. Mm-hmm. gotta fix it with the hand. Luckily we have a tween machine for this. Well, I don't know about this tween machine, man. Jiminy Cricket, just trying to get some freaking keyframes in here. Oh my god. Alright. That'll be fine. Can't even see it anyway. Alright. I think that's it. Kaboing! So yeah, no animation on Amp's face yet. We would put some blinks in here and some more finished eye animation and some smiling, I think. And I might have the goat's mouth open too, because it's like it's about to chomp something. Like the sequence is that, where are we here? Cinda's got some like ropes tied around, tangled on their wings. Amp's like, I can fix that. And has this crazy contraption that springs out and clips the ropes and That's nice. So that's what's gonna happen. So anyways, yeah, the idea is the goat's mouth might open in this shot. I think. Boing. That's it. That's it for me for the night. And I'm gonna call it. And I guess I'll probably finish the rest of this animation off stream either after dinner or tomorrow. It was great to chat with you, Polly. It was great to chat with you, Kai, and anyone else who stopped in. Let us dance if you're still here. Always wonderful to see you all. Appreciate all of the questions and comments and enthusiasm. It's fun chatting with you guys. So till next time, have a wonderful night, and talk to you later. Bye-bye.